Great, so I'm finally live. So, sorry for the technical glitches. Welcome to my my playthrough of Resident Evil on the GameCube. This was a 2002 remake of the original game from 1996. You have a choice of two characters at the start. You have Chris Redfield or Jill Valentine. I'm going to go with Jill just because I prefer her scenario a little bit more. It's a bit more fun, there's a bit more gameplay to mix up. So, let's go.
Alpha Team is flying around the forest zone, situated in northwest Raccoon City, where we are searching for the helicopter of our compatriots, Bravo Team, who disappeared during the middle of their mission.
Haven't found it yet?
No, not yet, Brad. Bizarre murder cases have recently occurred in Raccoon City. There are outlandish reports of families being attacked by a group of about 10 people. Victims were apparently eaten. The Bravo team was sent in to investigate, but we lost contact.
Look, Chris!
Bravo team's helicopter was a derelict. Save for the remaining body of Kevin. We continued our search for the other members, and it turned into a nightmare. This way. Damn it! Make for that mansion!
There are only 3 STARS members left now. Captain Wesker, Barry, and myself. We don't know where Chris is.
What is this place?
Not quite your ordinary house, that's for sure.
Hey, Wesker, where's Chris?
Jill, no! You don't want to go back out there.
But we've got to find...
What was that?
Chris?
No.
Jill, go and investigate.
I'm going with her. Chris and I go back a long way.
All right. You two go. I'll secure this area.
Stay sharp.
So welcome to the Spencer Mansion. Jill isn't quite right in saying there's only 3 STARS members left now. She means the Alpha team, because it was Alpha team who came here to search for Bravo team. We will see what happened to Bravo shortly.
I think you'd better take a look at this.
What is it?
Blood. Jill, see if you can find any other clues. I'll be examining this. Let's just hope it's not Chris's.
For anyone who's played the original game on the PlayStation or the Sega Saturn, the graphics overhaul in this game is nothing short of incredible. It still uses pre-rendered backgrounds, which is pretty cool. And of course, this isn't to be confused with the recent remaster of the remake, which came out, I think, 2014, 15. There was a few changes made to it, but still, this GameCube remake just blew everyone away when it came out. Yeah, I'm out of here. Not going to stick around and see what happens there. You probably figured it out, but unfortunately that guy was munching on one of our teammates. You got here first.
Barry!
What is it?
Look out! It's a monster!
Let me take care of it! What the hell is this thing?
I found Kenneth killed by this thing. Let's report this to Wesker.
The voice acting also has a noticeable improvement in the remake, which was always an added bonus. And just like that, the zombie's gone. Messing with the zombies' intelligence actually did make a few players surprised when they played the remake. We didn't expect it. And where did Wesker go?
Wesker! Jill, help me look for him. But let's not leave this hall.
Good idea.
Where did Wesker go? Oh, he's not upstairs. Yeah, it's not looking good, Barry. Where did the captain go?
Barry.
Any luck, Jill?
No, nothing. What's going on around here? I can't figure it out.
Same here.
Chris, and now Wesker.
There's not much we can do. We can search for him separately. I'll investigate the dining room again.
Okay then, I'll try the door on the other side.
This mansion is gigantic. We could easily get lost. Let's start from the first floor.
Okay.
Oh! I almost forgot. It's a lockpick. You'd make better use of it.
Thanks. I may need it.
Listen, if something happens, let's meet up in this hall. Got it?
Okay.
In the original game, Barry calls Jill the master of unlocking, and I think that was voted one of the worst lines in any game ever. So Resident Evil holds a few records like that. So we tried the door. It's locked. The mansion's got an interesting layout. Below the locks at the doors, there are symbols. A sword, a suit of armour, a shield and a helmet. Obviously you've got to find the corresponding keys. This is one of the things that later games in the series threw away. You know, there wasn't as much thinking involved, and puzzles were basically shoot your way through an area, pick up a key, shoot your way back. This game just drops you in it and says figure it out. I prefer these style of games. Well, Barry said he was going to check the dining room again, but he's not here. Let's hope he didn't go the same way as Wesker. One of the things you learn with the classic games is to just stop and listen. It can tell you an awful lot of information. Which enemies are around, which direction they're coming from. As you can see, for a game this old, the visuals are absolutely stunning. We're going to need all the ammo and health that we can. It's a challenging game, but it's a good game. I always found playing the classic games to be kind of like watching a horror movie that you're in control of. Like every little detail, every camera angle, everything's got a story to tell. This section here was added exclusively for this remake. So again, for veteran players like myself who've played it since day one, it was a nice surprise. Mirrors, reflections, everywhere you go something's trying to lunge out and grab you. People think zombies are easy to avoid, but you'd be surprised. Let's remove the arrowhead. Peridot? Never heard of that. Again, an exclusive item to the remake. Before that guy catches up, we better get moving. Unlock another door. It's the kind of game where you need a map. you cannot survive in these games without a map. Another feature for the remake, the defense items. If you're grabbed by an enemy, a defense item could just save your life. I know it's saved mine a few times. Back in the main hall. Right, let's head outside to another area that was added for the remake. It was a great remake in that it kept everything that was good about the original, but it just added to it and just built on it. Graveyard out here. Why is there a graveyard in this mansion? Again, everything's got a story to tell. See how high up the arrowhead is? I have no idea how Jill managed to put it in there. Maybe it was like a slam dunk. Maybe she's good at basketball or something, I don't know. Heading down to some creepy area. Again, this is like, you know, new for the remake, but you think, what is this place? Why would people spend time and money building this room? Book of Curse. Let's check it out. Well, the door said it needed the sword key. And that is just what we've got. I love that Hollywood cliche, they open to the very middle of the book rather than the first page. And there is the first clue to our first puzzle. And also, while we're at it, let's examine the key. There is a sword. So we're now in possession of the sword key. So let's go and find some sword doors to unlock. It's one of those games, if you sort of think about the original, you know, Clock Tower games, things like that, there's a bit of backtracking. But it never seems to drag, it never feels dull. The game subtly mixes things up so everything feels, you know, pretty fresh and pretty interesting. And in this game, zombies break through doors when you least expect it, so yeah, they wanted to keep us guessing. First things first, let's head downstairs. I apologise if my gameplay is a bit rubbish. I haven't played this for a while, I am a little rusty. But I'll try not to resort to a guide or anything if I can help it. Through the first sword key door. This is a very famous corridor for anyone familiar with survival horror. And just when you think you know what's going to happen. Let's get out of here before something comes through. This angle is a copy of the one from the original game, and there's quite a lot of cool comparison shots showing the graphics difference. You can go in that bathroom there. I'm not going to though, I don't really like what happens. Instead, let's head in here. Well, it's a dead end, but we've got another defense item. I'm actually going to combine these two herbs while I'm at it. Save on inventory space. Also, ink ribbons. You'll have to find the typewriters to use the ink ribbons. And a fancy looking shotgun, let's take it. A little suspicious, but hey, let's get out of here. This is one of those many sequences where you think, why wasn't this in the movie? What are you going to do, Jill? Door's stuck. Great. Oh, the door's stuck.
Oh god, what did I do now? Wesker! Barry! Help!
Jill! You in there?
Barry? Get me out of here! The door's jammed!
Stand back! Grab my hand!
Right place at the right time.
Barry.
That was a close one. A second late, you would have fit nicely into a sandwich.
Really? Thanks. But Barry, didn't you say you were going back to the dining room to find other clues? I'm glad and all, but why are you here?
I just had something I wanted to check. Anyway, we should get back to searching for Wesker and Chris.
Thanks, Barry. I owe you one.
Don't mention it.
Well, thanks to Barry for getting Jill out of that. That's great. That could have been bad. It's interesting, actually, if you meet Barry in another point before that sequence, he doesn't actually turn up and save her, and Jill actually does get flattened into sandwich filler. The original line in the original game was, "We were almost at Jill's sandwich," which again became quite a famous line. Just trying to dodge this guy. I am trying to make a huge effort of not killing the zombies, and later on you'll be able to see why. You know, you go through it trigger happy, you're blasting them, shooting them, and not long after you get a very unpleasant surprise and wish that you hadn't. Right, let's do a little bit of inventory juggling. We'll keep some health, we'll keep some ammo. As I said, I'm not really planning on killing many things if I can help it. A cool addition in this remake was the fuel canteen and the kerosene. They do warn you about the bodies aren't quite dead yet. so you have to burn them. Very much like the movie The Thing. In this instance, though, I'm going to stash that aside. I am, however, going to save my game quickly. Because no matter how many times you play these games, sometimes you can just get a little overconfident. And before the days of, you know, checkpoints and all this hand-holding that modern games have, if you died in this game and you hadn't saved it, you were back to square one again. Right, so we have the sword key. Let's head upstairs and try not to get eaten by anything. Avoid matey there. And upstairs, let's avoid his buddy. The remaster is so much easier because you got analog sticks. Using the D-pad in this game is a little trickier. It's interesting to point out as well that, of course, the Nintendo GameCube, Nintendo are known as a family-friendly company. So when they brought this game out on it, they didn't really fit with their sort of target audience, you could say. But it's great that it's been ported to other systems. And there's the lighter just in case I fancy using the kerosene later. So we just picked up a dog whistle. After the dogs that chased us into the mansion, I think calling a dog will be the last thing Jill wanted. God, hearing that doorknob rattle, you know something's trying to get in. It's never a good sign.
Barry.
Jill, got any good news?
Other than I'm still alive in this madhouse? No.
Can't say it's much safer here either. We'd better secure our escape route first. There's gotta be a back door somewhere.
Alright then, let's split up again.
Hey, hold on a sec. Look what I've found.
What?
A can of fizz. It's sure to yellow and mellow those things. It's yours. Hopefully you won't have to use it.
Acid shells.
What about you?
Oh, don't worry. I like the buddy system we have here.
I see. Thanks, I'll take it.
See you later.
Ciao.
Barry's pretty good at showing up just when you need him. Interestingly enough, this game was going to be co-op originally. You could do it with a two-player mode, but they never included it. And it wasn't added in the remake either. The first Resi game to have two-player co-op was actually Resident Evil 5, quite a long time later. If zombies catch you going into doors, they will quite often try and follow you, so I try and dash through as much as possible. Now this is where the memo told us to come. It said that the dog likes to hang around up here, so you don't hear the dog whistle being blown, but apparently the dog still comes at your calling, even though it's dead and evil. And can jump a hell of a lot. How's she doing? Caution. We're okay. Use the green herbs here. Keep them in my inventory. That's okay, let's just exit. Oh, damn it. Discard the dog whistle, go back out again. hopefully no more surprises. There we go, right where we left it. So, we've got the dog collar, and let's examine it. See what all the fuss was about. It's a pretty elaborate hiding place. I guess nobody will get close enough to find it. But like the sword key, there is a suit of armour. Shape of a key, but it can't be used as one. So let's find out what it unlocks. First we'll quickly head downstairs into the save room. It's very fortunate that these guys can't actually grab you on the stairs. Let's grab the fuel canteen. Head back outside. That body on the ground doesn't look too good, so we better torch it quick before it gets up again. As I said, I'm reluctant to kill anything if I can help it. As I said, because I'm playing it real safe at the moment, due to my the fact I haven't played it in a good long while, I'm going to save it again. So of course at the moment our main objective is trying to find all of those death masks that we needed for the underground area. Try and get that guy to move out of the way. Whew, so far so good, he exclaims. Right, next up, let's go into that new area. Notice a lot of mirrors. You can see zombies in mirrors if they're around corners. This guy's got his back to us, let's hope he doesn't turn around. And grab some health for good measure while we're here. You know, use your imagination with the herbs if you wish. And this is why everybody got a mini heart attack when they first played the remake. The dead bodies suddenly come back to life and chase you. We need a game that changed. Capcom were messing with us. So what do we got here? Sorry, I won't click through that. I'll let you read it. Yeah, not very inviting. And I didn't bring the key imitation with me, which means I've got to run back downstairs again. I'm glad this isn't a speed run. It's just a bit of fun. I've never seen him knock another zombie over before. That was a first. As you can imagine, you don't want to kill zombies because you don't want a load of those things running around the place. This guy on the balcony, I always leave him. He's no threat. He just wanders about. God, we burn that other one, or else he'd get up, and then he'd have two of them. I said a lot of people when they play this, they just go through trigger happy, just shooting everything, and then before they know it, they've got everything chasing them. Imitation of a key. There we go. It's things like that sometimes. You know, you miss a single item, you have to backtrack all the way through to get back to where you missed. Yeah, they're not too bright. Right, take two. The ones that run are known collectively as crimson heads because the head turns red. And the only way to stop them is the aforementioned burning the body of a zombie or taking his head off with a shotgun. He's going to be down the other end of that corridor, so if I'm really fast, which I wasn't. Oh, those things are not nice. Right, so this time I have the item I need, and as you probably already figured out, you take the key, you leave the imitation of the key, and the trap is none the wiser. Go, trapped. So you can either put the key back, or you can use the imitation of the key. Bingo. If we examine it, there's the armor key. And the armor key unlocks the majority of the doors in the mansion. The sword key unlocks a few. The helmet key, I believe, unlocks maybe 2, 3 doors. And the sword key only unlocks 1. No, sorry, the shield key unlocks 1. It's a pretty straight line back to the main hall through here. Obviously, people who've played it a lot, you know, you go through it with your memory. You memorise all the maps. But even then, you sometimes find yourself getting lost, and often I have to sort of stop and kind of like go through it in my head, trying to sort of like mentally plan where I'm meant to be going. And you break it down into, you know, tasks like, right, find the 4 death masks. How are you going to do that? You got to open the doors. Right, how are you going to do that? You got to get the keys. How are you going to do that? Still no sign of Barry. You can, I guess you can use your imagination to see what he's up to. Maybe he's still looking for Chris or Captain Wesker. And this time around we are going to check out this door over here. More handgun ammo, even though I'm not actually using any, as you can see. And this is Forrest Spear, who was from Bravo Team, one of the people that our team came to rescue. So Kenneth was downstairs getting eaten by the first zombie we found. Forrest is up here. Looks like Bravo found this place and it didn't end well. I suppose Jill's team's starting to wonder if there's anyone left to rescue. Or if she's the only one left. Next up, we are going to take a little tour. I knew that. Have a little wander down this corridor. There's a couple of doors to unlock. Again, in my head, I'm still... There you go, the zombie trying to get through. I don't like zombies in this corridor. So if I can dodge them, even better. Take a shortcut through the study. Kind of makes you wonder about the people who worked here, like, you know, what happened. He's not trying the door anymore. Looks like Barry left us some ammo. Very helpful. Gonna have a little jiggle around, and in fact I'm actually gonna try a glitch which I haven't tried before, so you have to just bear with me. Now, because this is just a bit of fun, this isn't meant to be a legit speedrun or anything, I just thought I'd have a quick go with this, because apparently it's very useful. Let's just set this up. So we equip the grenade launcher. Didn't work. Let's just quickly try this again. Ah, there we go, it worked. Look at that. It duplicated them all. So I suppose we've now got... Whoa, hang on. Okay, that's plenty of grenade rounds. I don't think we're going to need any more than that. I've never done that glitch before, but that's actually pretty cool to see that that does actually work. Right, I think I can safely say that we're not going to have to worry about enemies for the rest of the game. However, as I said, you can be surprised. Oh god, I'm going to be plagued with all these rounds now, aren't I? Gee. Well, that's the rule of thumb. You always keep a couple of health items on you, and keep some keys on you. And let's just quickly drop these 2 sprays in the box. The difference between, in case you're wondering, the difference between herbs and first aid sprays. Herbs all have different properties. No, I don't want a handgun magazine. A green herb, for example, will heal you partially. If you mix it, like I have in the top right slot, it heals you considerably more. You can even mix 3 green herbs together, and they basically heal you completely. Right, I think it's time to kill some zombies. I was getting sick of dodging them anyway. Use the arm key again. The good thing about this game is it will prompt you when you've used the key all the times you need to. It'll tell you. So here we have our first instance of a red herb, and as I mentioned, the green herbs on their own or mixed can heal you. The red herb amplifies the effect of a green herb. So a green herb will heal you partially. If you mix a green and a red, it will heal you fully. A green and a red is basically the same as like 3 green herbs. And you can also get a blue herb, and a blue herb is only good for curing you for poison. Some of the animals and the monsters you meet in the game are venomous.
Ah! Jill.
Barry, I didn't mean to get you that excited.
Right. Anyway, you should read this.
Just for your own interest, I will let you read this if you wish. Poor guy. You find so many of these diary entries and notes around the place, and each one, you know, tells you a little bit more about what's happened. That was a good thing about these series, kind of getting filled in on the context of the story and the exposition through these people's opinions and feelings and thoughts. It was a very, very good way of telling the story.
What do you make of it?
Well, I guess we were right about this mansion being quite unnatural.
You have a way with understatements.
Where's the part that's torn off?
Well, my only guess is that it was the most important part and somebody didn't want anyone to see it. Let's continue our investigation.
And it's where you start to wonder, again, who worked here? Who lived here? What were they doing? What happened to all these people? This puzzle was changed from the original, and I'm actually trying to remember exactly what I have to do. Medicine kit. So in this case I can't carry any more items, and it wasn't until Resident Evil 0 that you could actually drop items where you stood. You had to always find a chest. If I use the green herb, fortunately it frees up some inventory space. Now if my memory serves me, if I combine that with that, and then I put the fishing lure in there, and then I press the switch. No, okay, fine, I'll put that one in there. And then I'll press this, that's the one. And for some reason it comes to life. How was the mission, Jill? Well, I brought a bee back from the dead. The wind quest, the wind quest? The wind quest? The wind crest I can drop off in an item box, I won't need it for a while. A large scratch in the wall again, you think? What happened? And as you can see, the body is still there. Good old Barry. It's unclear exactly how long before that body outside becomes a Crimson Head. Fortunately, I have a few grenade rounds to spare, so I think it's unlikely that he's going to bother me. But as I said, in this game you can't get complacent. You could have all the ammo and health you want. You just take the wrong turn, or you just get slightly overconfident. That is all it takes. Just like that. He's not going to let a dagger in the head bother him. Great. As you saw there, that was a good use of the defense item. Next up we'll head into this room. And this is where we'll find the first of the 4 death masks that we're looking for. A very cool little puzzle that they reused from the original, but again they changed it just slightly, just enough so that you didn't waltz in thinking that you knew how to do everything. If you push these guys in wrong, it'll push another one out again, so I think, if I've got the order right, I think I remember it. Yep, there we go, bingo. It's slightly more forgiving than the original game. There were vents in the floor, and if you stepped on a switch by mistake it filled the room with gas, so you had to use the statues to cover the vents. Fortunately in this case the worst thing that happens is you just have to do it again. Sunshine will awaken me. If I failed? I mean, what have I... I guess I press it in the right order. I honestly don't remember this one. Oh, let's start with the back. Ah, there we go. And there's the first death mask. So we need one without eyes, one without a nose, one without a mouth. And this one. So again, we can bang this in a chest if we want. But I'm going to go and explore a little more.
Richard! What happened? You're wounded!
This whole place is a killing zone. There are monsters.
What did this to you?
A big snake. And it had to be poisonous.
Poisonous? Richard, hold on.
Bring me serum. I saw some, but didn't bring any.
I'll go and get it, okay? You're gonna make it.
Thanks.
Obviously, in Richard's delirium, he forgot to mention that he actually meant the snake was venomous, not poisonous. The snake's only poisonous if Richard ate it and and got ill. If it bit him, it's venomous. If he bit it, it's poisonous. But we'll let him off. And of course, Richard is another member of Bravo team, but the only one alive that we've found so far. And if you leave it long enough, Richard does actually die of the venom, so it's important that we get to him quick as possible. Straight back down the stairs to that other save room. I'll dodge the zombies if I can. Even though I've got grenades, I still do not want... Oh, there's another one. I don't want Crimson Heads running around this place. And the door's open and he's just come through. That's great. There's another zombie. It's all happening. As I said before, it was just great. They mixed up everything so well. The veteran players just, you know, we thought we knew what was going to happen and they just changed everything. So that was good. Right, we got health, we got keys, we got ammo. Let's head back and get Richard the serum before he passes. Oh great, he's gone upstairs. Why did he move upstairs? Another defense item. You don't know where the guys are going to go next. They are real sneaky. And as you can see, there's a lot of backtracking in this game. But again, that was the fun of it. You literally had to have like a plan of action in your mind. You know, you'd have to literally almost like sort of draw your strategy, write your strategy down. You know, how am I going to do it this way? Have I got enough ammo for this? Can I stop in on the save room on my way here to do this? Let's check Richard's still okay. Give him a shot.
Here, Richard. I'm gonna give you a shot. Hang in there.
Jill, here's my radio. Take it. Does it ever not hurt?
So we got Richard's radio. In the original game, Richard dies regardless. But in this one, they let him live if you're quick enough, which was a nice addition. You know, you'd like to think that not all the Bravo teams have come to the mansion. I'm going to need a lighter when I go down there, so I should have really brought that with me, but as I said, you know, I'm a bit rusty. I'm trying to, you know, get my game plan in my head. Fortunately, of course, there's two save rooms, the east and the west. So you're never too far away from an item chest. And this is probably where that guy downstairs is going to get up as a Crimson Head. And they will chase you upstairs. Yep, that he looks about ready to turn. There he is. Whew. This glitch is brilliant for the ammo. I'm surprised I haven't done it before. Right, so we're going to need a lighter. Alright, let's bang in some mixed herbs. You don't have to open all the doors in the mansion. That's the other thing as well, you know. You can scout high and low if you want, but again, I'm just playing through for fun, you know. It's not like a speed run or anything, so I use the keys as and when I find them. No, she was not meant to dodge there. That's the first damage she's received all game, so it's not too bad. You know, you can lure them into lunging, because when they lunge you've got just enough time to run around them. Unfortunately she quick turned when she did that. That's the thing with the remaster of this game. As I said, the analog stick's invaluable in that because you can snap it backwards and she'll spin and move away really, really quickly, so dodging becomes so much easier. In this instance though, I failed. God, he's persistent. Shield. So I have to find that shield key. And that is the only door in the entire game that the shield key opens. It's an incredibly dark room, but fortunately, if we light the candles, let there be light. I'm going to say no because I think I've got enough grenade rounds. Probably. This guy moves pretty quick. If I'm fast enough, I can lure him around the table. I can grab the music score that I need, because Jill is quite the pianist. At this point, that guy in the corridor will usually break into the room, but obviously I put him down. Though again, 10-15 minutes he'll be back as a Crimson Head. So I'll have to remember that. I don't want to get caught out by that later and forget about him.
I'm okay. The others...
What a trooper, concerned about his friends. some of what Bravo team got up to before this mission is explored in Resident Evil 0, which came out the same year as this remake, 2002. 0, as it sounds, is a prequel. Just have to pause then and think about my game plan. Where am I going? We are going to go back and deal with that very, very first zombie that we met. Actually, first we're going to go upstairs. See what I mean? You can backtrack. You can forget where you're going. You have to consolidate certain tasks into certain, visits you make to certain areas. And up here on the balcony there is a statue holding a key item. The idea is to push it off the balcony so that it breaks. Ah, damn it. Got to keep an eye on our health. One of the great additions they made after the first Resident Evil game is that your character will limp when they're injured. So rather than have to keep checking the inventory screen, you can keep a physical eye on them. Again, that guy's going to be a Crimson Head at some point. It's a bit of a sloppy run, as I said, but I could spend all the time dodging them, but I'm a little rusty. I'm just playing it for fun. And hopefully you're enjoying watching it. As it is a brilliant game. Probably the best remake I've ever seen. As I said, it takes everything that's good about the original and expands on it. The Resident Evil 2 and 3 remakes, they were more like reimaginings, they changed a bit too much. To me they felt more like movie adaptations, similar but completely different, whereas many fans agree that this is like, the scariest game. Now what we have to do here, I need some health to free up an inventory slot. And we are going to pay a visit to the bar, because remember, this is a place of work, this was a converted mansion. And there's the first zombie. It's going to be very tricky to dodge in this section. It might interest you to know there's also an invisible enemy mode. They're all invisible, all the enemies. And yeah, that's difficult to say the least. You have to literally watch for the dust when they step, when their footprints move, and look in reflections in pools of water. It's to see their reflections and to see where they're walking. It's such a difficult challenge. But I mean, all credit to those people who finish it. So we've now got a musical score, which we combine with a page. And Jill, as she needs a bit of R&R, she's just going to play the piano and relax. And lo and behold, the door opens. There's a file there I'm not going to pick up, just because it adds to time. However, it details the very tragic story of the architect, George Trevor, who designed this mansion back in the 1960s. He's the one responsible for all the puzzle locks and all the booby traps and that kind of thing. He was detained here by Umbrella operatives, and when his daughter Lisa and his wife came to collect him, they were also detained. He managed to escape and became lost in his own maze, so to speak. His wife was killed and his daughter was experimented on. So his daughter Lisa Trevor had a very tragic story, but more on her later. It's one of those puzzles where a little common sense comes into play. You have a gold emblem, you have a wooden emblem. So usually logic would dictate, take one, replace it with the other, see what happens. I believe there's people on Etsy who print those cool little artifacts or items. Well, you could put the gold one back in to get out again, but I'm not. I'm going to replace it with the wooden one. So just like the imitation of the key, to get the armor key, we now have the gold crest. Hopefully that guy in the corridor isn't a Crimson Head yet. As I said, I'm never sure if it's based on time or based on how many times you visit the area. I'm sure he'll let us know when he's ready to turn. But as I said, you can see why. I'm being very, very careful about, you know, not killing enemies if I can help it. Now in the original game that would have given us the key, but in the remake there's another puzzle. And it relates to this painting. Not a nice way to go. But it does tell us about this let's give it a try. So the small sword in the painting had pierced the body. Turn which gear? The large gear will do the small one. So if we turn that right, large gear, turn it right again, that will pierce the body. And then if we turn the small gear left, that should pierce the head. And bingo, there we go. So I said there we go, there's the shield key. Just for your own clarification, there we go. And of course as soon as you check it, it's instantly renamed in the inventory to the right name. So why not? Let's just go straight up and use that shield key. Because we still need 3 death masks. You may remember the wind crest that I got earlier. In the original game you were looking for 4 crests: wind, moon, star and sun. You only get the wind crest in this game as a puzzle item. However, of course, all crests were replaced with death masks. So this was a very, very full, detailed remake. Because let's face it, if it was just a remaster, you know, it would be exactly the same game again, just in HD. So you can tell Capcom put a lot of thought into this game. Is there Crimson Head waiting there? No. Good. Let's quickly go before he gets up. There we go. We discard the shield key. And into the attic. Because let's face it, in horror movies you either go to the basement or the attic. That's why we saved Richard. What a hero. Unfortunately, I don't need to kill the snake, I just need to take the death mask. Thanks, Richard, you're a pal. He was a brave man. And would you believe it? Zombies are already coming into here. The amount of times that people have just sprinted straight down there thinking it's safe. As I said before, these guys crop up when you least expect them. Oh, damn it, there we go. It's one of the scariest things in this game, when you go past a door and it just barges open. Now I've got to remember, there's that one up here, he might turn. You literally got a map in your head trying to remember. No, I didn't. Oh no, that's right, I used the defense dagger on him. I think it's time to save it. So there's plenty of people who speedrun this game, they don't save it at all. They are far more skilled or far more reckless than I am. Yeah, we'll use the ink ribbon. The typewriter is a pretty cool staple of the series, and that obviously you don't just have to find one to save it, you have to make sure that you've got an ink ribbon. I think I can put the lighter away for now. We'll also put death mask there. I know where the next one is, but where the hell is the... Ah, the doorknob, yeah. If we use this door too many times, the doorknob breaks, then we got to go the long way round. And still the armor key. There's still a use for it somewhere. I'm trying to remember. Lisa. We've heard of her before. A bracelet, a necklace, and a crown. So a green crown, a purple necklace, and an orange bracelet. No, we don't want to press it. Did I get that right? A green crown, a purple necklace, an orange bracelet. I did. Right, so he's wearing a bracelet and it's now orange. A necklace. We don't want to do that. Yes, I do want to switch that back. Right, because I believe the necklace has to be purple. A crown was green. Right, so we don't want it orange, let's turn that back again. Yellow, so that's wrong, so we've got to go around the other side. Right, green, that's correct. So it's green crown, purple necklace. That's better. A necklace. Purple, there we go. And the bracelets. So that should be all correct, but I'm sure the crows will tell me if I got it wrong. Moment of truth. Ah, bingo. And there is the third death mask. And we got a shortcut back through the graveyard to the back of the mansion, which saves on a little bit of backtracking. It's very, very handy for speedrunners as well, because you can just run straight down the steps if you've already got all 4 death masks. I'm trying to remember actually where the 4th one is. No, I got it. I remembered. It is unfortunately back down that corridor where another one of those annoying zombies burst in. There's going to be a Crimson Head running around up here before long. No. Good. Let's try. Just drop the death mask off here. God, you need a good memory to play this game. I said in a lot of ways, I still kind of feel the way that when I played the first one. So, you know, trying to remember everything is not always easy. And because I'm a little paranoid, I'm going to save it again. There are trophies and achievements on a PlayStation and Xbox to do the game without saving, but of course you've got to finish it a few times, unlock the infinite rocket launcher, and then it's a breeze. You just go through the game blasting everything. And by that point you'll have probably played it more recently than I have, and so your memory won't be as hazy on it as mine is. Damn it, zombie. There we go. I said you can lure them into landing. It's not impossible. It's certainly easier than trying to dodge the zombies in the Resident Evil 3 remake. You know, you can be across the street from those guys, and they're away from you, and suddenly they'll turn and they'll just sprint at you, screaming like the crazy cat lady. And you're like, oh God, yeah, how did you do that? There's kerosene there, and I also picked up another defense item. There's a broken shotgun in the room where you get the shotgun, as I mentioned. If you meet Barry before, he won't save you from the shotgun trap at the ceiling. Ah, there we go, we finally used the armor key. And if that's the case, you obviously want to take the shotgun, so you have to replace it with the broken shotgun, so you won't set the trap off. You know, a lot of people don't like these fixed camera angles. You know, they say they, you know, feel too restrictive or something. I like it. You know, you get to a corner, you don't know what's around the corner. You have to aim your gun to see if Jill points at anything. If you're just looking over the shoulder, you know, like a lot of the modern Resi games, it's just not the same. You can put 2 jewels in this Tiger's Eyes, a blue gem like I have, or a red gem. Oh, great! I don't want shotgun shells. I would normally, but you know, me and the grenade launcher have a special relationship, so I'm fine. Look at that shadow on the wall. Someone's at the window. It's little details like that, you know, you hear a rattling, you're like, what is that? It took me a while to notice. I saw the shadow, I was like, oh great, it's there, it's right at the window. Bear with me just a second. Looks like it's a trip back to the main hall again. Strategy's gone out the window. I think he's biding his time. He's just going to wait there for a moment. Back to a familiar corridor where we may have a Crimson Head waiting for us. But he hasn't got up. Phew. We have to make a slight detour back to the east side of the mansion. Because we need a chemical. That room I was just in with the pump needs a chemical to kill the plant so you can get past it. So that means a slight detour to the other side. And this is where one of the most famous jump scares in the whole series finally happens. Or not, I could have sworn the dogs were going to jump through the window then. This is the great thing about this game. In the original it happens like clockwork. In this game it teases you. So that means when I run through again, they might come through, they might not. It's little features like that that always keep you guessing. There's some nice doggies. Gotta grab some health while I can. You never know when you're going to need it. There's also kerosene there, as you can see. So if you're being extremely cautious and you're burning every single enemy that you find. I don't want to examine it, I want to combine it. Then it's places like this that have got you back. But of course you will need to carry the fuel canteen, you need the lighter. That's why most people don't even bother burning them, you know, it sort of ends up being quicker to just learn to dodge them. If I get out here pretty sharpish, the dogs shouldn't notice. There we go. I avoided going down that corridor because a load of zombies burst in. And I do remember that much, I know to avoid it. Here we go. A little bit of zigzagging. Pretty unscathed. And I don't think we ever have to use that corridor again, so I think I'm home free on that one. I should get back to the other side. You might be starting to wonder why we haven't run into Barry, Chris or Wesker yet. Because that's still Jill's mission, she's still here to rescue our friends, but everyone's gone. And the few she has found have all died. If I avoid that guy on the floor, he shouldn't get up for now. Right, let's drop this in there. Get rid of that plant. And there we go. Because we're in a greenhouse, there's plenty of green herbs there as well. And there is the fourth and final death mask. And while I'm here, I'm not going to say no to some free health. Go grab a couple. It's one of those things, you know, when people first play these kind of games, they don't stock up on health, they don't stock up on ammo, they just sort of wing it. And with the older games, you know, you get part way through, and you suddenly realise you didn't plan ahead. And quite often people have to start the whole game again, but you go through a little bit smarter the next time. He says getting stuck against the wall. Now we should be done with this area, which is just as well, because these are the two guys double lines. See if I can get past this guy ahead. So I mean, it's better to leave them as zombies because they are so much easier to dodge than Crimson Heads. Right, let's save the game, grab the masks, head back downstairs. Right, what are we going to do? So there's still a door somewhere that we've got to use that sword key on. Let's stick the green herb in the box. And take the ink ribbon. If I save smart, I shouldn't really have to save more than 4 times in the game, but we will see. As I said, anything can happen, especially when you get complacent or tired or a little overconfident. Right, and let's grab us some more herbs, just in case. Now I think something's waiting upstairs, if I remember correctly. There we go. And she spun around again. Oh, that's not fair. Tag team. Fortunately, they're just stunned. They won't turn into Crimson Heads. But this guy probably will. Yep. Oh, waiting right outside the door. That's why you save it. You never know, one of those guys will sprint around the corner. They don't have one-hit kills, but they can deal with you pretty quick. Right, let's head downstairs, put those 4 death masks in. And that's the bulk of the mansion out of the way, though we will be coming back here a little later when we have some more keys. And hopefully find out what happened to our friends. It's going the wrong way. So that's where the mouth should be, so I think that's that one. Okay, it's not necessary, let's try that one. Oh, God's sake. Where the mouth should be, right. Is that where the nose should be? Yep, so let's use that one. Blood on the camera, nice effect, even though the camera shouldn't be there in the context of the story. We'll let that one slide. Ridley Scott did it with Alien. So that's the one missing everything, which is that one. And the final one. See what all that effort and work has got us. What's this? And this is the original Crimson Head prototype. he's up. There we go. And he's down. There we go. Considerably stronger than any zombie or Crimson Head that you faced up until that point. No thank you, no shotgun cartridges. There's a switch in the coffin for some reason that controls the door. And the stone and metal object. We're going to need 2 of these eventually. But what's good is that we've unlocked that shortcut through the graveyard, so we can actually go straight where we need to go. The funny fact is, if you shoot the crows or annoy them, they do come and attack you. It's not like that stupid scene in I forget which movie, Resident Evil Extinction, where there's just a big flock of them with a flamethrower in the desert like Mad Max, I don't know. But just a couple. Let's go around this guy. Dodging skills aren't too bad, I'm pleased to see. I think I heard a dog, that's not good. Let's use that object and get the hell out of here. God, how close do you want to cut it? That was too close. Now we're going to grab the self-defense battery pack, in case anything decides to grab us. First aid spray, yep, we'll take that too. So you can't have too much health in this game. Always got to be prepared. This is another very cool little section. Again, added as part of the remake. I think that's right. And then there's another one down the path.
Barry?
Monster! Chains! Gun! Ineffective! It's it! Stay away! Forest outside mansion! Stay! Hey!
Well, it's a little late for that, but thank you anyway. It really showed what the GameCube can do. I mean, this wasn't released on the PS2 or the Xbox, you know, the competitors of that generation. Nintendo signed an exclusive deal. Capcom signed an exclusive deal, I think it was. Is that right? No, gotta be north. There we go. I probably should have brought the Wind Crest with me, but it's not the end of the world, I can come back here. But yeah, Capcom signed an exclusive deal with Nintendo, and they released the Resident Evil Remake and Resident Evil 0, both GameCube exclusives. I said the 0 and the remake were both remastered for modern systems about 5 years ago. Dragon of Chains and that moaning sound. We are about to meet the tragic daughter of George Trevor, Lisa, who was captured and experimented on by Umbrella. She didn't die. She never left. And just because I'm extra cautious, most agree Lisa's story is one of the darkest parts of the entire Resident Evil series, and I'd have to say I'm inclined to agree. Very dark insight into a very troubled person. Let's take this crank, look out and see where it opens. Jill's alone in here. And here's poor Lisa Trevor, covered in the faces of her victims. As you can see, she's incredibly strong. That took a hell of a lot of health off. It's best to not even waste time and ammo on Lisa. As the Umbrella agents found out, she can't be killed. And she's not even really meant to be like an actual antagonist. You know, she knocked Jill out, but she let her live. Maybe Jill reminded her of her sister or her mother or something. Invisible enemy mode, that guy always catches people out. You've got to know that he's there. It would have been a really, really good idea to pick up the wind crest at that point. But we're not going back. We'll swing by here later. For comparison, in the original game, you got the crank inside the mansion, and you just came out and carried on. As I said, this whole subplot with Lisa, this outside area, this has all been added, it's all expanded on. So even this was a remake, there was a lot of new stuff added. They didn't change a lot, they just added, which is, in my opinion, better than Resident Evil 3 Remake, where they just changed everything, and it ended up looking more like a movie adaptation.
behind. Anything.
Jill to Brad, can you hear me? Shit, it's broken.
So Brad, the helicopter pilot, who ditched us at the start, sounds like he's still out there, but he doesn't know where we are, so that'll be the next thing. Find the teammates, signal Brad, get the hell out of here. It's tempting to think a giant tentacle or something might come out of that water and grab her, but fortunately not. It's a convenient way to cross it. You do wonder if the Umbrella staff, had to solve these puzzles on a daily basis just to get to work every morning. There's a blue herb. As I said, some of the animals are venomous. But only really the spiders. So if you're an arachnophobe, you're probably not going to like what's coming up. I'll take the red one anyway, just to be sure. Green, blue and red herbs. That's the best mix you can get. Heals all health and cures poison. Poison that could be administered by snakes like these guys. And welcome to the guardhouse. The dorm rooms for the security. Oh, you can't combine. Okay, you need the green herb. Never mind, I'll stash some blue herbs in here for now. Again, the guardhouse is suspiciously quiet. You wonder where are the zombies, but then you think maybe they were, maybe something happened to them. For now, we can stick the crank away. All those lovely grenades. Stick the crank here. I must really remind myself though to pick up the wind crest later. And we will save it now just to be sure. The guardhouse is a tricky area, and there's a few parts that can be difficult, or can result in instant failure, so you never want to get caught in that situation. Let's stick the first aid spray there. Cool, so we should have enough to keep us going. Let's crack on with the guardhouse. May wonder why I'm doing this. Say, have you seen The Little Shop of Horrors? For that reason, I'm covering up this hole, because I'm not going to go near it. To give you some indication as to what's been going on here. Gallery. Again, you have to excuse me if I'm a little bit hesitant.
No, that wasn't part of our deal.
Like I said, I have my orders.
But it's not necessary to destroy stars.
Don't be a hard dog to keep under the porch, Barry.
What about my family?
I will guarantee their safety.
If I play my cards right.
What the hell's going on there? Who was Barry talking to?
Jill!
Barry, I heard someone talking.
Oh, you heard. I think age is starting to take its toll. Talking to myself is becoming a bad habit.
Talking to yourself? You all right? What's gotten into you?
I'm getting you worried, aren't I? But don't, I'm alright. I guess this creepy mansion has gotten to my nerves. Anyway, I think I'll go outside, get some fresh air for a change. Don't worry, I'm just going to get some fresh air. If I'm lucky, I'll get to waste some monsters along the way.
Acting suspiciously, what was that all about? Well, let's see what's behind here. Somebody's position needs to hide something. There we go, a ladder. But we'll go down there in a moment. For now, I'm going to explore the place, see what's happening. Did you just hear a door shut? I hope that wasn't the door here. Unless something just came into the room. Yep, a zombie came through the door, I knew it. We have to come back here, so I better not forget about him. .001. Oh no, that's right, the gallery, we need the gallery key. Let's see what's behind door number 001. Discard the key, head on in. Oh, creepy. Because when you find a bath of dirty water, just unplug it. That sounded like a rope breaking from the other room. I think it was sharpish. The soundtrack as well on this game is absolutely brilliant. You know, the tension, the panic, the fear. It does a fantastic job. People forget that it's the same as movies, you know, when you play a game or you watch a film, the soundtrack is half the experience. And that's what Resident Evil did so well. The later games in the series, you know, they're good action games, they're fun shooters, but they're just not scary. They just haven't got that tension. Part of the reason this game is, I would say, is the scariest in the whole series is the soundtrack. Got to take this guy down. There's no way of dodging in such a confined area. Although I imagine he'll be on our case pretty sharpish when we come back up. So let's think about where we are at the moment. Barry's still alive, that's a good sign. Although it seems that all the Bravo team have been killed, the ones that we found anyway. Still no sign of Chris or Captain Wesker, if they're even still alive. And then you see one of these scenes, another elaborate aerial umbrella built right under the mansion. Makes you wonder how much of this, you know, was government funding, but you know, away from government eyes. You know, what were they doing here? What experiments were they getting up to? So to cross that water gap, push these floating boxes down. They've shortened this puzzle slightly from the original game, which is good because in my opinion it was a little more tedious in the original. Right. Let's head into the water. Just when you thought it was safe to go into the water. Cue the music. Dun 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 dun. Looks like Umbrella, with all their funding, they could afford to experiment on anything they wanted. Damn it, she's so slow. God, jeez. Again, such an elaborate, like, control room, such an elaborate place they built under here. They couldn't drain the water.
Emergency. Unknown source of pressure detected. Locking all doors to achieve maximum safety.
Great.
Reaching 30% of pressure threshold. Reaching 50% of pressure threshold.
Release the safety.
Activate emergency drainage system
Release the
immediately.
safety. That puzzle always gets me because I'm never quite sure if I'm doing it right. And now we can drain. No, don't cross them. Okay, so how do I drain the water? Whew, there we go, panic over. I can afford the inventory space. So to grab a health kit. Sharks can still be pretty dangerous even when the water's been drained. Oh, anybody order this sushi? What are we after? There's the key. Great, no way back. Unless... I have seen people just jump in and just run past, but I've just seen just as many people get eaten. It's not worth the risk. Let's check this key out. Gallery key, there we go at last. Let's see what's waiting for us in the gallery. They redesigned this whole area for the remake as well. You've got 2 floors, extra puzzle. It's a lot more elaborate. There are some Magnum rounds there. I think that's the game telling me to remember to take the Wind Crest back to the graveyard. Because then I can get the Magnum. I must remember. And we're back here again. That's not the shortcut. So as I said, I think in the dorm room above us there's going to be a Crimson Head waiting. So I must remember. First rule, stop and listen. Yep, there he is. Fortunately we're done with this area, unless he figures out how to open doors. The gallery. So we got a map. As I said, it's all in my head, but there's a hole in the wall. But I'm not going to look into it because that unfortunately invites a couple of enemies that we don't want in that area. In fact, it's just these guys basically. They're a real pain. Damn it. Poor guy looks like he tried to eliminate them. Didn't make it. That's okay. We'll finish the job. Let's do it. There we go, done. See, it just needed a woman to do the job. Jill is obviously a crowd favourite. She's one of the longest serving Resi characters and one of the most popular. Capcom were good like that. They did give a lot of their female characters, you know, strong heroic roles. Another residence key. What does this open? 003. Didn't he work with James Bond? Oh no, that was 009. I'm thinking of one of the movies. And as luck would have it, there is room 003. Let's head on through. Get out of this residence. Is that a defense dagger? No, it's an ink ribbon. No, I think I've got enough ink ribbons to last me till the end of the game. Angry moths. That talks about I don't know what you'd call it, maybe an anti-venom or something, called the V-Jolt, which is designed to kill the enormous plant that's been growing throughout the residence. But like the others, unfortunately no one's been able to deal with it yet. And you can't help but wonder whether Umbrella intentionally let it kill people and intentionally let it grow big, just so they could study it. Let's juggle the old infantry and go ahead and save it again just to make sure. Ah, 2 green herbs, that'll do. But I'm also going to use 1 green herb just because Jill is currently in caution, which we don't want. Let's grab another ribbon. Go ahead and save it again. If you're enjoying this run through of the story, I will be playing Resident Evil 2 and 3 at some point as well. Which finishes what I feel is the definitive Resident Evil story. This is one of those rooms you want to spend as little time in as possible, and that is why. I said if you're an arachnophobe you might not like this. Dodge around him. Yes, there we go. We got out unscathed. Now the red book you might be interested to see is completely blank. Well, that's a good question. How do you use it? Unfortunately, that room up ahead where we took the V-Jolt, it left a gap in a selection of books, and that is yet another puzzle. As you see, this game really makes you think. Later games, you just run around shooting stuff, blasting stuff, you know, the crows drop hand grenades. You know, they're considerably easy and very linear. This is one of those games, you know, you often had to have a notepad just to sit, literally scribble down codes and stuff. It's good back then, you know, games made you think. Now, I'm going to try not to make this last too long. Because you have to exchange 2 at a time. And I know anybody watching this who knows the puzzle is going to be laughing because I'm going to be probably making a real mess of this. It doesn't have to be that difficult, does it? I think I'm just going to make it more difficult than it has to be. Oh, that was relatively painless. Bingo. And let's see what's through here. This is the plant that's been destroying the guardhouse. Plant 42. The plant at point 42. Unfortunately, it's a pretty smart plant. They describe it in some of the documents as having an almost animal-like intelligence of what it can figure out. It's one of those enemies you just can't second guess it. There we go, and we're good. Did it poison Jill? No, she's fine. Let's go and grab the last key we need for the mansion. The helmet key. And then hopefully find any surviving teammates. As you can see, I'm loaded with herbs because it's good to play cautious. Like I said, you have no idea when something will just jump out of nowhere and completely ruin your playthrough.
Wesker!
Jill, so you're safe.
That's what I was going to say.
I apologize. It was all I could do to protect myself against those strange creatures.
I understand. Anyway, it's good that you're safe.
Did you notice? Barry, he sounded a little flaky.
Now that you mention it, yeah. I'll keep a close eye.
Maybe it's quite natural under these circumstances. It's not really our standard operation. Jill, our first priority is to get out of here.
I agree.
There are still rooms in that mansion we can't get into because they're locked up. I've been looking for ways to...
Okay, if there's anything, I'll go back to the other mansion.
I'm counting on you.
Well, it's good to see Captain Wesker still alive, even if he doesn't seem particularly pleased to see Jill. Although his concern about Barry makes sense. He is acting strange. Right, another quick inventory juggle. I think we can stash that. Stash one of those. And save it. And I'm going to take that wind crest before I forget. Because I know I'll forget it. Right, let's head back. Do I need the crank? Do I need the crank? No. Not yet, but I will. As you can see with the keys, when you've used up the key you discard it. When you use up certain items you discard them. But the crank hasn't disappeared from the inventory, and that's because we need to use the crank again. There are dogs throughout this corridor in the original.
This is Brad. Come in, Stars Alpha Team. Come in.
This is Jill.
Does anybody hear me?
I hear you, Brad. Over.
Stars Alpha Team. Bravo Team. Doesn't matter. Respond. I repeat, this is Brad.
Brad? Brad!
This is Brad. If you can't answer me, somehow give me a sign.
Jill to Brad. Can you hear me? Brad! Brad! Shit. It's broken.
I think she said it was broken last time. It's clearly not broken. Just bad reception. Brad was known by his teammates as Brad Chickenheart Vickers because he was a good pilot, but he was also a little nervous and a little easy to jump. Hence why at the first sign of trouble he panicked and flew away and left his team behind. I guess he's feeling pretty bad about it, but unless we can signal to him, he's not going to know that we're here. Not poisoned by those snakes, that's a good sign. So I think there are 3 doors in the mansion that we can now access. And Jill's gonna need some health. Ah, those dogs. Sometimes standing still and trying to hit them because they're so fast is just a waste of time. Aha, somebody's left some stuff. No, thank you. Bulletproof thing in chains. Looks like Barry's one into Lisa as well. I'll take just the bits I need. And head back down the path to this Windcrest for a detour. It's a worthwhile detour though. As I said, the Wind Crest, Sun Crest, Star Crest and Moon Crest, they don't play a huge part in the game, and in fact they're completely optional. But it's a nice nod for fans of the original, because those crests were what were replaced with the death masks. Well, I didn't know they were going to do that. I wondered where the crows had gone. The Moon Crest, the Sun Crest and the Star Crest. We're the last one. As I said, this is an entirely optional quest, but it's worth doing. And again, you can't just slot them in, you have to now look at the crests and figure out what's what. So vertical lines across and horizontal lines. So let's use that one. Then we got the cross. Hurry before this guy catches up. He's very slow. He's letting Jill take her time. There we go. And there's the reward for remembering to bring the Wind Crest. Six shots. Damn it. Oh, that sneaky one tried to throw it. Whew. Right, let's head back to the mansion and see what we can find. But this wouldn't be so simple if it was just a case of going back in and dealing with any zombies that we'd left. The Umbrella Corporation has a lot more in store for us than just that. I've got a feeling we're going to be needing these first aid sprays. There was a dog in here, I believe. Let's see if he's still here. No, he's gone. Say hello to the hunters. Another one of Umbrella's experiments. Unfortunately, these guys pretty much replace all the zombies in the mansion. So you get partway through the game and it gets even harder. Again, you have to listen. Just check if it's safe. It wasn't. We're going to stash the Magnum away for later. And one of the herbs. But we are going to save it. The hunters are so unpredictable. Fortunately though, they don't come back as Crimson Heads. They've already got the strength and speed of Crimson Heads. You know, to bring them back is you know, Crimson Hunters. Although Crimson Hunter does have quite a nice ring to it. So I'm trying to clear the area of these guys. They can jump, they can chase you upstairs, they can climb over railings. I'm sure there was one up there. Maybe he's hiding down here, maybe he's gonna... No, he's not. I could have sworn there was another one. Okay. The game's got me guessing again. Look at all that health. They know that we're going to need it. Let's see what's in here. For some reason this has a trap that gets tripped as soon as you run in here. Unfortunately I don't think... we're okay, good. You know, you'd hate to work at a place like this, wouldn't you? If you got your ID card or something, you know, you could get crushed or anything. Quick. Ah, there we go. Whew. Yeah, I will definitely take the battery pack. Yeah, can't see down the hole. Just jump down, why the hell not? Unfortunately, this journal details the architect George Trevor's being trapped in his own maze, as I mentioned previously. He found this stone with his own name on it, implying that Umbrella had planned it for a long time. As for where the poor guy is now, we don't know. It's been about sort of 30 years since he wrote the diary, so chances are his remains are still in the house somewhere. Shotgun shells. I do need to get out before the spiders come though. I said it's not a good idea to get poisoned in this game, especially if you're miles away from a green herb. A green herb, a blue herb. We got the power sorted. Unfortunately we won't be coming this way again, so these two Crimson Heads can stay here. So Wesker and Barry is still alive. Whether we can find anyone from Bravo is a different matter. It's not a Crimson Head, I hope. Come on, quick. Sneaky. So I mean, these guys are quick and unpredictable. Oh, we got some Magnum rounds. That'll do. And a battery pack. Perfect. We're going to need that stuff at some point soon anyway, so it's just as well. No time to play with you, buddy. Is the Crimson Head still here? Oh, these guys have changed position. Whew. And our last use for the helmet key is just down this corridor. No, I lied, there's one more use for it. And I do know where it is, so that's okay. Right, how are we doing for health? We're okay for health. That doesn't sound good. He's back for round 2. Alright, let's play. He's on the run. It is possible to kill this guy just using the knife. You just have to keep chasing him round and round the bookshelves, slashing his tail. It's not the quickest way, but it works. Giant snake again. People ask, why wasn't it in the movie? Considering the movie's meant to be based on this story, and you know, it's surprising how little of it was actually in there. It was kind of, you know, more like a fan-inspired movie. Although, you know, the fact that they could get the movie so wrong, I'd question whether it was a fan making it or just someone who had, you know, been told the gist of the story down the pub. Right, so we've now got those 2 medals, which are going to come in handy shortly. No space for those herbs, but that's okay. I think I need to get to an item chest pretty soon. Ah, he's changed position again. Keeping me guessing. a certain corridor because I know there are more hunters. Fortunately, there are no enemies in the dining room, downstairs, or the main hall. Unless, of course, you're really stupid and you open the front door and let one of the dogs in. Which I don't plan on doing. So instead, we're going to head upstairs. This is where you start to question, did I bring the right items? I don't hear anything, so I hope that means no hunters. Okay, so over here try and trick this weird little motorised puzzle. The defense item, that'll do. Gemstone. Just going to quickly dash out of the room, mix up the item box a little bit, and hope there are no hunters down here. So far so good. I said you don't want to be cornered by two of those things. Right, we're not going to need this yet. And we're not going to need that, we're not going to need that. But I would suspect we are going to need that, and we should probably save it as well. I'm running out of ink ribbons. Is there such a thing as being too cautious? Well, so I'm not trying to set any records or anything, this is just for fun. Right, let's go back upstairs, get that other gem. And then downstairs to where the last helmet key item is. I know if I run back down that corridor towards where the greenhouse was, two hunters will definitely jump through the windows. And as I said, you do not want them in that corridor. Oh great, the puzzle resets when you re-enter the room. So that's the sound it makes when it locks itself, I believe. So I'm quick. There we go. Sprint back. Quick. Take the jewel. let's go back to the main hall. It's actually more forgiving on the hunters than I remember, so I'm used to them replacing all the zombies, but it seems that there aren't actually that many in the mansion. Which is fine by me. I said they're very fast and very, very strong. They're also a fan favourite among enemies as well. And there we go, discard the helmet key. So we've now used all the keys in the house. No one knows about the secret behind the painting. Well, that's nice of him to tell us. And I'll take the ink ribbon because I'm going to need it for the last third of the game. It's moments like that on invisible enemy mode when, you know, you're quite glad, because even if you can't see the enemy, you can see their reflections. Combine. Now you'll have to excuse me. I sometimes get this puzzle a little wrong. So I'm going to try and do it right first time so it doesn't take too long. Is that the one? Nope, that's not the one. There we go. Okay. Right, let's just quickly check this again. Anybody watching this probably right now is saying, God, this guy can't do it. God, this guy's a bit a little bit slow on these puzzles. And yeah, I am. It's quite late at night, but it's all good fun. Is that right? Oh God, now I'm really getting tested. No, that's got to be right. Right, that is definitely right. Whew. No, let's use that one back. That doesn't look right. Yeah, that looks more promising. Let's leave that one for now. Right, let's complete that one. I did not plan on this being the bit that got me stuck. Right, let's say it's that piece, which means that piece has to go in there. That looks better. What the hell? Well, it doesn't look right, but I mean, I guess it's right. And a brooch changes into a key. Perfect. And while we're here, why not grab some more health? You know, that really had me confused, that puzzle, because I mean, the shapes fitted. It didn't look like the puzzle I was trying to make, or the picture I was trying to make. I'll take a short detour through the main hall, out the back area, back to the gallery, to the save room, and then stock up on what we need, and then back outside again. Where am I going? That way. Fortunately, the crows don't get replaced with hunters. I can't really imagine hunters perched up there screaming at you every time you got a picture wrong. Discard the emblem key, and let's go into the boss's office. It's strange, it doesn't have a knocker on an interior door. Metal object. Oh, and he kept electric shock devices in his office as well. Maybe he was you know, the Mr. Burns type. He didn't release the hounds, he just released the electric shocks. Right, okay, juggle the inventory again, and progress on to the next area. So I've done pretty well to avoid the hunters up till this point. So it's very useful having shortcuts that you can take advantage of, like that door we just went through, where Barry said he fixed it because the door handle was about to fall apart. We'll put that there. Combine the ink ribbons. We're going to need the battery, and we're going to need the crank. this one we can drop just down there. Battery and the crank. Right, let's go do this. Thank you, Barry, for repairing the doorknob. Even if he's confused and tired, at least he's still got his priorities right. I always like the sequence of the hunter running down that tunnel, getting to the door that you'd just gone through. Again, it was a really, really, fun, exciting way of Capcom saying, the rules have changed. You thought zombies were bad, look what we've got for you now. Again, avoid the dogs. It's just a waste of time and ammo and, health and all that. They're pretty easy to dodge. So now we have a little puzzle that involves going up and down these different sections. We have a battery for the second elevator. Which is down here. So we go down here, put the battery in, ride the other elevator up, fill the reservoir with water again, take the new elevator back down again, and we can get behind the waterfall. When you say it like that, it's so simple, it's so logical. Unless this doggy has other ideas. Yep. Cheers, buddy. They're easy enough to dodge on their own. Get a few of them together though. It's lots of fun. So yeah, on the floor below we had the water running down, blocking the way. Now this is where most people playing for the first time get back here and realise, damn, I forgot the crank. And then they have to head back into the mansion, go to the save room. Yes, Jill, it is necessary to use the crank. There we go. But fortunately I remembered. I suppose I got caught out enough times when I first played the game that, some things like that you don't ever forget. There we go. So the waterfall has stopped, and we now have access through the other elevator. It's really interesting. You get people who maybe Resident Evil 4 or 5 was their first Resi game, so they're used to the arcadey action shooters. And it's interesting to see them play games like this, the classic ones that are more difficult. And some people love it, and some people hate it, They like the fixed cameras because they're cinematic and they're tense. Or they don't like the fixed cameras because it doesn't mean you can aim as freely. And I would say, yeah, but you only have to aim and shoot at everything if the game is a shooter. And Resident Evil is not a shooter. I mean, in this game especially, if you're talking about, finishing the story, you only have to kill something like 4 enemies in the entire game. So, it's not a shooter. It's a survival horror, it's a strategy game. So we're now in the underground tunnels. Again, no sign of any more Bravo team members. It looks like this rescue mission was doomed from the start. Save it. can't get across. Hexagonal hole, so we need a hexagonal crank. Let's go scouring for one. God knows what we're going to meet down here. Take the shaft. But yeah, when you say it like that, what's this? I think we're well past handgun ammo now. Creatures like the hunters, you know, the handgun don't even tickle them. Unless, of course, these are clips from the Bravo team. Or some of our friends who maybe came down here, lost their way.
Is that you, Jill?
Is that voice Enrico's?
Yeah?
You're alive!
Stop! Are you with anybody, Jill?
No, but why?
The stars are finished. Someone is a traitor. Umbrella set us up.
Enrico! Traitor? Who?
And that's another Bravo team member down. But who would shoot one of their own teammates? And there's the hexagonal crank. Well, thanks, Enrico. Not today, buddy. Another fact, the hunters are one of the most popular creatures that again never made it into any of the films. Which is a shame, because I always liked them. Oh, they are tough bug guys though. We're doing okay for now though, okay for health. But just to be safe. Right, let's go ahead and use that hexagonal crank. You see they give you a lot of health, but that's okay. Well, what would Indiana Jones do? Jill, she was not ready for that. Conveniently placed shotgun cartridges. And that's when you exit the room and come back in again, because a load of little spiders climb out. I think, like in real life, I think some spiders, if they're carrying their egg sac, the same thing happens. Whew, there we go. I don't know, can we use flame rounds to... No, unfortunately the web's too thick for grenades. We'll have to use the knife instead. It's one of those moments people think, oh no, I left the knife in the chest, but it's okay. There we go. Then it gives you some green herbs just in case you got unlucky. Which does happen. You know, you've got to be quick on your feet with enemies like that. That's okay. Is this a hexagonal hole or the square one? There we go. Again, one of those moments where you sort of doubt yourself and you think, I'm pretty sure it's the hexagonal crank. But it could be a square one. And you know, some part of your memory tells you, no, it's definitely been the square one before. Oh yeah. Oh, you can tell I'm rusty. One more time. There we go. Damn, that catches you off guard. No, but I can make space for it. This is an interesting little contraption. If you stand on it, it'll rotate you 90 degrees. And if we put the hexagonal crank here, you see it pushes the piece of wall out. So once again we have ourselves a puzzle. And you may have seen it on the way. Nope. may have seen it on the way in. You've got to get this statue to face the same way as that statue and go in that slot. So, obviously the basic solution, quite simple. We'll push it onto there. Avoid stepping on the thing because it just wastes time turning Jill around as she stands there like a lemon. Won't bother pushing it back in again, so it's just a waste of time. Bingo. This is another one of those puzzles that was very straightforward and very linear in the original. In fact, this was the room where you got one of the medals, the eagle and wolf that you saw earlier. But again, they've added new items, they've added new areas, so... Actually, let's see what's in here. And let's combine the cylinder with the shaft. Bingo. 4, 2, 3, 1. It's going to come in handy shortly. So now we're going to run all the way back to the start of this mining area. And hope we don't run into any green scaly things on the way. Through the spider's den. I know a few people who do not even like looking at spiders in video games, even if it's not real life. You may find yourself getting lost in all these tunnels, twisting and turning. Well, that's the thing, so does everybody. That's why, you know, you have to grab the maps or just play it enough. Right, we can get rid of that, and we can get rid of that. Save it once more. Got rid of that one hunter. Hopefully no more of his buddies show up. But they are great enemies. Which makes me think of Ash from Alien. The way he calls the xenomorph, you know, structural perfection. You the perfect organism. I think hunters are kind of similar. They're built for speed and strength. They're ferocious. They're very, very hard to put down. What was it again? I think it was 4, 3, 2, 1, wasn't it? How did I forget a 4-digit number? 4231, that's the one. Four, 2, 3, 1. There we go, power restored. We've got to figure out what happened to Enrico. He claimed there was a traitor, and then instantly got shot.
Jill!
Barry? Thank God you're safe.
You too, Jill. A noise I heard brought me down here, but I didn't expect to find a place like this. Have any idea as to what might be at the bottom?
There's only one way to find out.
What the hell is that sound? It could be a person. Jill, go check it out. We had enough surprises for one day. I'll stay here and secure our escape route in case something happens.
Okay.
We've heard that sound before, and I think we know it's Lisa. Here she comes. Yeah, I think we got lucky there. As you've seen before, Lisa's incredibly strong. You don't want to get hit by her.
Barry!
That's helpful, Barry. Now we're stuck down here. Got to find another way back up, but got to get past Lisa. And I'm lost. Confusing myself. I mean, she's slow, but she's strong. And of course her backstory. You know, you still feel sorry for her, considering what she's been through. Send that crate off, and we will catch up with it in a minute. Try and avoid Lisa again in the tunnels. The best way you can do it is to start to go one way, because that will get it to spawn there, and then you have to very, very quickly hop down the other way before she figures out where you've gone. It's a sound strategy and it always seems to work. And there's the crate. Excuse me. Fortunately, it's just what we need to get past Lisa. And then we will be almost at the end of the game. Flamethrower, and likely a broken one after that. I hope nobody was planning on using it for anything important. For some reason you have these switches throughout the tunnels that can only be activated by a flamethrower being hung on them. They were scattered around before, you might have seen them. In Chris's scenario, things are harder and you have to use the flamethrower from the get-go. So I'll bring Lisa around that side. Hop off over here. Oh, the hooks went back in, damn it. And would you believe it, I think we're on a timer. There we go. Oh, let's get out of this place. If you want to see something creepy, look at this room. Sort of a chilling kind of innocence about it. You remember all the terrible things that Lisa went through. Her, like, her inner sanctum, I guess you'd call it. living room. Lisa and her parents. That talks about Lisa's sister being killed, and yet Lisa couldn't be killed, and as such she was injected with all kinds of, well, tests, I guess, genetic tests, viruses, that kind of thing. And obviously it absolutely destroyed her body, but it wouldn't kill her. So she's been left like this for about 30 years, just wandering. Again, it's a very chilling subplot they added to what was already a very creepy game. It, you know, it gave it more of that human element. Here we are back in Lisa's hut. So as usual, let's juggle the inventory and proceed to the final area of the game. If you're still watching, thanks for sticking with it. As I said, this was never going to be a speedrun, this was just, you know, a bit of fun. If people haven't seen the story before, you know, it's a great way to see the events unfold, see what happened before Resident Evil 2 and 3, see how these characters got established in the storyline. Sounds like that zombie's still wandering in the woods. Yep. I think he's going to be wandering there for a good while. It's one of those areas, you know, you've got enough space to dodge. You don't really have to worry about taking out every enemy that you find. And in fact, it's good practice as well to learn to dodge them. Because it's not impossible. I'd almost ran straight into that one. He would have loved that. It's fun to see the game mix things up like that sometimes. You know, give you an extra challenge, move enemies about. Otherwise you get complacent. As I've said before, you get cocky, you know. You get overconfident, and that's when you slip up. So Barry seems to have ditched Jill on the underground deliberately. Somebody shot Enrico. I think we're starting to put the pieces together. I can now take this stone and metal object, and we've got the two that we need. Get out of this place once and for all. A shortcut through the gallery back to the main hall. No hunters on the way, fortunately. The mansion's probably crawling with them by now, but I've been quite good on limiting myself to particular areas. I said I was rusty at the start, but you know, it's coming back to me. This isn't my favourite Resident Evil, although I do feel it's the scariest, it's the most atmospheric, and it's done exceptionally well. My favourite was always Resident Evil 2. In a bit like, I know I've mentioned the series before, Alien and Aliens. Aliens was still a great Alien film. It just ramped the excitement up a notch. It dropped the sort of some of the slow tension. It just made it a bit more intense. But Resident Evil 1 is certainly brilliant and easily one of the best. funny, you go all around the mansion, all around the outside, the underground, and it brings you... It brings you back to the main hall. Why does Jill wonder what's on the other side? She knows it's Lisa. It's an old typewriter. Well, we got a very, very crucial plot point coming up. So I would say, definitely save your progress. Right, let's go down and enter the final area of the game. This is another area added for the remake. They do like their underground tunnels.
Jill, you're alive. I was worried, because I thought you were...
Start talking.
Calm down. I didn't want to do it. Believe me, I can explain.
Don't lie to me!
To talk. Jill, hand me my gun!
What do you do, yes or no? I believe Barry, he didn't want to do it. Let's see what happens.
Thanks, Jill.
That was Lisa's mother's skull. Which is what she was after all this time.
I don't believe that thing's really dead. Leave this place up to me and go on ahead.
Okay.
Let's do it. But first we need 2 items, which I conveniently forgot to get. You're probably getting sick of hearing that now. As I said, you know, at the top of your head, I haven't played it for a while, been quite rusty. we are going to grab ourselves the 2 medals that we need, the Medal of Eagle and the Medal of Wolf. That's the great thing about this game. You know, you're never too far away from an item box. And it was, as I said, Resident Evil 0 that came out the same year. That game did away with the item boxes, and it let you just drop items where and when. Which was a good thing, because if you needed to pick up a new item, you could just drop an old one. But it would then mean that item stayed in that room in that place. So you'd have to backtrack all the way to try and find it again. I mean, they showed up on your map, you know, so you could see them, but it just wasn't, you know, quite as convenient. Wolf-shaped emblem, so that goes in there. And then we go around the other side to the eagle. These medals also appear in Resident Evil 2. And I believe they were supposed to appear in Resident Evil 3, but they didn't. Umbrella's last hiding place. It's time to find out what's been going on. Some of the memos talk about the T-virus, which, if you've watched the films, you know is the viral agent they created. And of course it got loose. Turned everybody into zombies. The animals they were experimenting on got loose. And Umbrella seems to have conveniently just let it all happen. They probably quite happy to just, you know, watch and observe and see what happened. Right, let's see if we can get through the lab as quickly as possible, and then we're done. Hopefully you've enjoyed watching. I've enjoyed playing it. It is a brilliant game. As I said, you don't need a GameCube to play it now, because it's been remastered for modern systems, which is great. They can't grab you on the stairs, they'll try and do a Brundlefly acid drop on you instead. No hunters down here, just zombies. Probably the original staff hunted first. Let's unlock the doors. Now if you read some of the memos, you get the name of a researcher, which was John. And he used the password Ada, who was his girlfriend. Ada appears in Resident Evil 2, so a bit more on her story then. Password denied. In the original game it's Mole, Let's see what happens if you input mole as the password. Oh, that is strange. It's meant to be an Easter egg, obviously. For some reason this version doesn't have it. All sorts of horrible things in there. Makes you wonder what else they were doing down here. And, I guess, if the leak was even an accident. Let's head back upstairs. A few guys to dodge up here, but shouldn't be anything too tricky. I'm kind of worried about that guy down there though, who got a flame round. We could take the ammo discs, but again they're for a side quest. So, not necessary, we just want to get through the story, see the ending. Let's see what Umbrella are up to down here. One of those staff members looks very familiar. It was him all along. Another quick look at that slide again. That's the one. If you search the body of Kenneth, the first guy you find being eaten by the zombie, you can find a videotape which you can view in here. It shows what happened to him. but it doesn't really tell you anything that you don't already know. Crimson had got close. We're getting near the end. If you're still watching, thank you for hanging out. I hope it's been informative, and I hope it's been enjoyable. I said it's a brilliant game, I'd love playing it. And it's, especially for people maybe who are new to the series, you know, hopefully it gives you a chance to experience this brilliant game. So the original game on the PlayStation is brilliant. I mean, I don't find anything wrong with it. It's no more dated than, you know, any game, you know, quarter of a century old would be. But the remake, I said, is brilliant. I mean, as you can see visually, it still stands up today. Right, let's go get the power on and go and find Umbrella's final secret. These little guys are known as chimeras. We've got to get some fuel, but first we've got to clear these guys out. I think I can still hear one. No, I think that's just hissing with steam. As it warns you, the fuel is extremely unstable. Now this point of the game is interesting because if you get the fuel, it's very, very high nitroglycerin, or whatever the concentration's called. If you get attacked or you run with it, you blow up and it's game over. And it'd be an awful shame to die right now. Fortunately, we've cleared this area. That other zombie, excuse me, he'll sit down the far end, as long as I don't bother him. So we've unlocked this door on the computer. There are more slides that we can view there. Set the capsule in place, fill it up, and then walk as carefully as we can. And at that point, he turns around because he's suddenly interested. Oh, so don't get run, don't get grabbed. I think if I unequip that, Jill actually might walk a little faster. So that's why I had to take out that one zombie. blocking the main route through. And obviously, thank God it's not a Crimson Head, because yeah, she'd be toast. So the zombie doesn't get any ideas. No, we're good. We're good. And I cleared out the 3 chimeras from the first of the engine rooms. It's one of those parts where you just literally take your right hand off the controller. You do not want to press run by accident. There are ways of like tapping the run button or holding the run button and tapping the D-pad, but it's just not worth it. If you're a speedrunner, sure. If you're like me, just playing the game for fun and to show you the story, then nah, don't do it. Ooh, there we go. And now we can run again. So let's run, let's clear this place and escape. So if you've enjoyed watching me play this, thanks a lot. I hope it's been quite informative. Damn these chimeras. These guys were created supposedly by implanting like an insect human hybrid inside like a female womb or something. Real dark stuff. Too quick for you, buddy. These are some of those areas, you know, you come to them once, just dodge the enemies, you're not coming back here, you don't need to worry about them. Right, let's save it. Go finish the story. As you can now see why there were no zombies in this corridor. There were actually two zombies in the original, 3 in the director's cut, I believe. But they figured, of course, with the volatile fuel, people might get a little annoyed. Right, let's finish this great story. And see what's in this first aid box. Cool, that'll do. That'll do nicely. Let's do this.
Jill!
Barry,
You could have at least waited up for me, you know?
let's go.
See what's behind the last door.
Wesker!
Thank you, Barry.
Well, what do you know?
Oh, don't blame Barry for everything. I hear that his better half and 2 lovely daughters will be in danger if he doesn't do everything I tell him to.
Wesker, you're pathetic.
Well, you shouldn't worry too much, dear. You'll be free of all this anyway.
Why eliminate stars?
Believe it or not, that's Umbrella's intention.
You're just a slave of Umbrella.
Smart girl. But I think you misunderstand me. The things you mention are nothing. I'll burn all of them along with this entire laboratory. Barry, go up on the ground and wait there.
Barry.
You gotta love Barry. He must really be afraid of Umbrella.
You and Umbrella took his family, you bastard. Oh!
Umbrella? Well, I used some carrots and sticks to cow him, but it had nothing to do with Umbrella. I just used Barry for my personal interests. Though both you and Barry seem to think I was following Umbrella's orders.
What? What are you planning?
I guess it's time for show and tell. It's magnificent.
For the sake of this thing.
You know, I hate goodbyes.
Good man, Barry.
Barry!
Forgive me.
No, you're not to blame. It's Umbrella and Wesker.
Even if it meant my family, I couldn't bear turning my back on my friends again.
Shit! Damn it!
Jill and Barry together. In hell.
You want a piece of me?
What? Premature.
No, Barry! You viral cultured freak!
I'm starting to wish. There we go. Turns out Wesker working for Umbrella all along, but now he's gonna take all the research, destroy the lab and the mansion, and sell it to the highest bidder. He betrayed his own employers as well as his friends.
Barry! Barry! You're okay.
Jill, sorry. That was careless of me. Wesker,
He's gone.
first, let's just get out of here.
Yep, can't let Wesker get away with this. Alright, lock's released, let's get out of here.
been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing
Wesker must have
all
set it
logs.
off. Let's hurry.
The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all logs. The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all logs.
Right, let's get out of here.
The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all logs.
Risky stuff here.
The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must
Got a few
evacuate
zombies left up
immediately.
here. We
Deactivating
got no time for
and
that.
releasing all logs. The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all logs.
No time to play with that.
The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all
Right,
logs.
final save of the game. Let's do it and get the hell out of this place.
The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all logs.
Let's bring the cells.
The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all logs. The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating
Look into the roof,
and
signal
releasing
Brian.
all logs.
Get out of here before the place blows.
This is Brad. I'm running out of fuel. If there's anyone alive, contact me now or just give me a sign. I repeat, this is your last chance.
Deactivating and releasing all logs.
You're with you soon, Brad. Just hang on.
The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately.
Trusty fuse unit.
Deactivating and releasing all logs.
Conveniently, someone pulled it out and dropped it right there.
The self-destruct system has been activated. 3 minutes to detonation.
Damn it! We're almost there! I'll go get him. You just get in contact with Brad. Whatever it takes.
Okay.
So Barry knows he's got to redeem himself. Three minutes. No pressure. This looks very much like the door of the elevator in Aliens, if you go back and watch that film. Take the signal rockets. Use the signal rockets. It's going to be a close one.
Jill!
You made it.
Not yet. It's not over yet. Here we go, final battle.
Seize it! Kill it, whatever it is!
Good job, Brad. Game over.
Your wife?
Yeah, my wife and kids. They always wait up for me. Even today, my eldest daughter. I didn't mean to.
It's okay. He's alive. I just know.
And there you have it. Resident Evil Remake on the GameCube. I said a remake of the 1996 original. Updated graphics, updated engine, updated acting, updated everything. Many fans still consider it to be one of the pinnacles of the series. And the fact that the remaster recently did so well just goes to show that there's still a lot of support for it. But yeah, if you've enjoyed watching this, that's fantastic, thank you. I've enjoyed playing it. I will be doing Resident Evil 2 and 3 playthroughs at some point as well, so as I said, you get the whole story. It's taken a little bit longer than I thought, but as I said, this wasn't about the time or the break, this was just about the story, having fun. So yeah, thanks for watching, and take care, and all the best.